Time has come for a harebrained scheme. What kind of scheme, you might ask? Well, I saw this TikTok of this lady that had a sweet potato that was growing some leaves. And I had one of those too. And I was like, TikTok, how did you know that I also had a sweet potato that was growing despite all odds in the dark with no nutrients? Anyway, this lady was like, if that sweet potato can survive despite all odds with no soil, with no nutrients, then so can I. So this is my harebrained scheme. I'm here. I'm live streaming in a desperate attempt to get monetized in 4 days. We'll see if it works. I don't really care because I enjoy live streaming. It's fun. And I enjoy all of the company that I get and like all of the crazy comments. So I'm going to do something crazy and impulsive, and I'm just going to go live for like the next 4 days, I think. It's kind of nuts, but I think it could be fun. And I don't know, I'm on this weird quest to follow my instincts in the extreme. And I've made some interesting friends just in the live chat. So I'm going to do it, and I'm going to see what happens. And worst case scenario, I'll get really delirious and you guys will be entertained. So, yeah, that's my plan. My plan is I don't have a plan. My plan is go with the harebrained schemes. So how are you guys doing tonight? It is like 11:30. Normally I read stories. I can look around for some stories, but I'm kind of just here for the insanity. It's almost midnight. I'm gonna put the sweet potato down because it's a little mushy, honestly. It needs to go in a compost bin. Aaron asked, can I say something? Sweetheart, you already said 3 things in chat. What else would you like to say? Of course you can say something. Nobody said that you can't. You can say whatever you want in chat. If there's a mod, though, they might, like, time you out. What could you possibly want to say? Oh, I look pretty. That's so kind of you. That is definitely allowed. That is definitely allowed. Spencer says hi. Hi, Spencer. What's going on? I'm probably going to get creepy later. When I fall asleep, I'm just going to leave the live stream on. Watch me sleep. I used to have a college roommate, and she used to say she enjoyed watching her boyfriend sleep, and I used to think that was really creepy. But then I found out that's a thing. That's a thing on YouTube. People will just watch people sleep. And who am I to judge? I'm not here to kink shame. I'm just here to entertain. So here we are. It's 11:30 on a Tuesday night. And I guess I'm pulling you guys into the bathroom so I can brush my teeth and take out my contacts, because that's what I have to do. It's Wednesday. Is it really Wednesday? No, it's Tuesday. Well, I guess in another time zone, it might be Wednesday. So let's see. Honestly, I don't really think about what day it is very much either. So I hope you guys had a good day. I was house sitting earlier. It was pretty chill. Can't complain. Have I had a good day? I have had a good day. I hope everyone else has had a good day too. Today I was house sitting, and they have like 7 animals at that house. It's really cute. They have a dog and 3 cats and a leopard gecko and a snake. So that's what I did. Just taking care of various animals. It's gross. Griffiths asked what that mouth do. It gets brushed and flossed, motherfucker. It also eats a lot of food. That's about it. Looks like Liam needs some attention. Why doesn't everybody give Liam all the attention that he's screaming for in the chat? We love you, Liam. Sweetheart. It's like a lot of people in this chat have obviously never watched a Get Ready With Me video, and it's funny. Like, that's like all women watch is Get Ready With Me. Haven't you ever seen that? It's very common. And I don't know if you've noticed, the human race is often based on attention. That's kind of a human thing. We all need attention. It's kind of one of the most basic things. One of the most basic human needs is attention. Let's not pretend that it isn't. I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a whole economy based on attention. 50 people are watching me watch my face right now. Die mad about it. Okay, so I guess we're doing a half-assed get ready with me. I've got this cheap-ass Target brand benzoyl peroxide because I have shit skin. And then what's next? The only real awesome moisturizer. And then retinol. This is awesome actually. Sunday Riley Luna Sleeping Night Oil. It's also a very pretty shade of blue. And then it does some sort of weird magic where I'm gonna look like a lot shinier in the morning than I went to bed. It's like I've sucked the life out of a baby and put it into my own skin. I don't know how it works, some kind of witchcraft. And then a weird blend of chia oil and eucalyptus oil. So I'm gonna be really shiny for the next few hours. You'll have to deal with it. Gosh, Liam, you sound like my dad. Is that my dad? Sounds just like my dad. And then I'm using, this is like the best moisturizer ever. It smells really good too. What are we gonna do now? It's like a sleepover. When's the last time you had a sleepover? What did you guys do at sleepovers? All I ever did was eat hot Cheetos and play MASH. Do you remember MASH? Okay. I feel a lot better. Go to sleep? Yeah, I will go to sleep eventually, but I'm not tired yet. I'm kind of down for hangs. You really want to get rid of me, I can just go to sleep. That would be chill. I don't have to entertain anybody. Am I rolling? No, I wish I were, but no, I'm not. Sabankar says, "You are so beautiful." Are you guys rolling? Because, like, the comments are super nice. Yeah, so for people just coming in, I basically have no idea what's gonna happen in my life, but I have to move in 4 days. So I'm doing a mad attempt to marathon live streaming and see if I can make enough of a dent in my watch hours to where I could actually get monetized, because that will buy me time. But it doesn't really matter either way whether that happens, because I enjoy live streaming and you guys are hilarious. Like, I love your company. So here I am. Yeah, that's all. Do I live on rent? Yeah, I'm renting a room. Um, and my life is weird. So I just played a big show and I didn't really think about much else except getting through that show. Now I have to move and I haven't really like thought about moving just because I wanted to have a good show performance. So I'm kind of just live streaming and like if I could even just like currently I'm paying 850 a month. So if I can just like live stream and just like have fun the last 4 days and like try to like work on my YouTube channel, I feel like that will be enough of an accomplishment. So that's why I'm here, live streaming all of my business and being an attention seeker and having fun. I'm currently in San Diego. Yeah, it is a lot cheaper than 1800 and I'm just renting one room in a 3-bedroom house. What am I about to do? I don't know, honestly. I've been like busking at the beach and like talking to everybody I know. And yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, my last place was cheaper. It was about 633 a month. Please play Linkin Park. I don't know any Linkin Park and I'm not gonna plug in a guitar at midnight. I do not speak Italian well. I used to like practice it more. I would have to practice. I know my last place rent was really cheap. I know California is expensive. I have considered moving states. There are. So, like, if you rent, like, if you, some people put like accessory dwelling units. So, like, if you rent like a trailer on a lawn, you can get away with 500 bucks or so. Or, like, most people that have granny flats, they rent out for like $1,400 a month. It's like a tiny home or like 400 square feet or less, like extra flat in someone's backyard. Yes, I'm a California native. I'm from Los Angeles originally. Let's do a roll call. Like I would love to see where you guys are from. If you can put it in the chat. Like I would love to see where you're watching from. Minnesota, Mount Shasta, Culver City. Okay, a lot of California, a lot of Southern California people. Oh my God, you're in Germany. That's cool. I've never been to Germany. London, England. That's cool. El Salvador? Yes, Brian, for 400 square feet, like $1,400. It's very expensive. 200 bucks, like honestly, even just a living room, like someone offered to rent me their living room for $600. And I was like, man, I don't know. Like maybe I should take them up on it. Is it hot there? Yeah. In Los Angeles, it's like upward like 90 to 100 degrees. In San Diego, it's a little better. It's between like 75 and 90 most days in the summertime. Dude, Utsav, I would live with someone jointly and like share space for like just to like buy myself another month to like pour into this YouTube channel. To buy a travel trailer, you pay 350 rent plus propane. It's not that bad. Like if I had a car, like I would just go live out of my car for a while, like just to get by for like a month and work on some projects. It would like it would do. Okay, when I was in college, I spent I think it was 250 bucks and I shared a living room with someone just to like get through my last two semesters of college. That was back in like 2010. How are the jobs there? Like not bad. Like I have no problem getting jobs, but like the issue is some people have been fucking with my jobs. It's a long story I don't want to go into, but like I was waiting tables and bartending and I was doing just fine and I don't know. Yeah, I always live with people and distribute the rent. Like you can't I haven't lived alone since I was like a professional. But I used to live alone and I paid 1,500 bucks for a 400 square foot place. And no, I have not been to Mobile, Alabama. How is it? I don't know if they would like me in Alabama because I have piercings and tattoos and stuff, and I feel like it might be judged pretty heavily. I'm currently in San Diego. Like, Alabama is like all the way across the United States. It's like, I haven't calculated it, but I feel like that's like, was it like 2,000 miles from California to Alabama? My name is Egg, and I don't pay rent because I live in a fridge. I wish I could live in a fridge. Maybe I wouldn't be stressing so bad. How much did it take for your graduation? What do you mean, how much did it take for my graduation? Like, how much did my degrees cost? No, I'm not in Encinitas. I'm in National City currently. I got a double major. I double majored in biology and psychology. Um, and then I got a master's degree in psychology. I studied gender differences in neuroanatomy. So, like, the differences on the visual system when you have testosterone in the body versus not. So, yeah. And then after that, I went into behavior analysis. No, I can't be an LMFT. I was a BCBA, but they're different. They're different licenses. It would take me a different master's program and like 3,000 hours. I would have to start over collecting like 3,000 hours. My pronouns are she, her. But I've been told I act like a guy, but um I'm I don't identify as one. LCSW is a different license, so you would have to accumulate 3,000 hours and take a different board exam. You're a business major. You're a college student and you're a business major. I do not have good advice. Don't ask me for life advice. I can barely run my own life. I wish that what people told me when I was younger was to do what you enjoy. Because I got my degrees doing what I thought would get me a good job, and then I was miserable. So I guess that's my advice is try to find a job you enjoy. And then you won't hate your life when you're my age. Yeah, actually, so I wrote a book after I left my job as a BCBA. So I wrote a book criticizing like everything that I thought that was wrong with the industry I was in. You can find it on Amazon. It's called Little Robots: The Unfortunate State of Compliance-Based ABA, where I complain about the job I used to have. Um, yeah, I've done a lot of stuff, I guess. I was a therapist, behavior analyst. I've waited tables. I've tutored. I've taught music lessons. Um, and yeah, I mean, I love to rant. So, like, of course I wrote a book about everything I hate. Like, I couldn't stand it. It's like I just work. Okay, here's the reason I hated that job. So I worked 6 years gathering the hours I needed to do a job I ended up hating. I liked that job while I worked with people that I liked, and then I never that company dissolved. And then I never enjoyed my job again once that company went bankrupt. I just hated it because it's a very social job. So if you're working with people you don't like, you're never going to like your job. So it's like, I'm not even looking for a perfect job. I'm just looking for a job I don't hate. Like, of course, there's no perfect job. Like, I started at 16 cleaning shit off the walls at Hometown Buffet. I'm just looking for a job that isn't miserable, you know? I don't know. Like people think that I've like got this huge ego and like I'm just trying to not be somebody's bitch in the workplace, you know? I went into working as a kid. Like I started working at like 13 or 14 tutoring, you know, thinking like no job is below me, you know. My parents told me from a young age that no job is below you and you should take anything you can get. And like, it really was a recipe for misery. And I always hated all of my jobs. And like, I just put up with it. And I got more and more miserable and I was gaining weight. And like, I just want to have a job where I don't feel miserable. And then I was waiting tables and I enjoyed that because it's like, oh, this is chill. I don't have to take all the misery home with me every day, you know? And I won't get into it, but something weird happened and like somebody started hacking my account. I don't know. Somebody started hacking my account and like it got so frequent that I cried at one of the customers' tables because I just couldn't take it anymore. Like people fucking with my life. So like I'm tired of this narrative that no job is too humble for people because sometimes jobs abuse you. They overwork you, they make you do stuff that like they make you do stuff that is so humiliating sometimes. They make you do stuff that is so degrading. And maybe sometimes a job is below you. And going 30 years into your life doing demeaning stuff because you have this narrative that like you need to be humble. Like, yeah, to an extent, but at some point, like, doesn't it defeat the purpose of like living a life you enjoy? Like, yeah, even high paying professional jobs abuse you. And like, there's a labor shortage. Like, shouldn't we be making work a little better for everybody? Like, shouldn't people all be treated better? You know, I don't know. Like, I know everybody's got it hard. I know everybody has a tough life. But, like, shouldn't we all, shouldn't we all be treated a little better? I think we should. You know, we're living in a time when there isn't really a food shortage. We just create scarcity because companies like Walmart and Vons and Ralph's want to maximize profits, even though we have plenty of food. And isn't that bullshit? Like, why should that happen? Like, we've got people padlocking dumpsters to keep people from eating surplus food that they didn't get to make money on. How does that make any sense? It doesn't. Harrow says 56, 60 an hour keeps him at work. That's not too bad. When I was bartending, I was making like 45 an hour, and that I feel like was manageable. Like I was pretty happy. I could survive. I could pay for basically anything I needed. I had like enrichment time. I got to practice guitar all I wanted. It was pretty good. I was happy with it, but it didn't pan out. Like a lot of stuff I liked didn't pan out. But um I just feel like we have more food than people on Earth can consume, but we have a distribution problem. We cannot get the food to all the people because we have this need for profit, right? And so we're going to create restrictions on the food access because for some reason, selling it is more important than feeding people. And then the other thing is, okay, this pisses me off. The other thing that pisses me off is so now there's this thing about like the grocery stores are going to start doing sliding scale pricing. So they're going to have all your data when you're buying food. And if they know you can afford to pay more, they're going to charge you more. That's bullshit. I don't think we should have to deal with that because, like I mentioned, we have more food than we have people to feed. So, like, why are we going to start charging more just because stores want to make more money off of the food that we already have way too much of? We also okay, most of the oranges that we sell in California are shipped from China. And why? Because they can make more money shipping oranges from China to California and paying all the shippers in between. Whenever there's locally grown oranges, they charge more for them. It doesn't make any sense. Nothing makes any sense in society, and it drives me crazy. I'm going to get delirious because I don't understand. how any of this work. Like, why are we doing it? We're doing it because we can make more money shipping things halfway across the world than we can having food forests and people just picking fruit, or even just selling locally. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. In East County, okay, you know what I'm gonna do about it? I'm gonna shop at the cheapest grocery stores. So in East County, El Cajon, right? There's a huge influx of Iraqi and Middle Eastern people. They have the best fucking grocery stores. They have, okay, so what they have is a community of immigrants that all have extremely good, like, agriculture practices. They're very good at water conservation, they're very good at composting. So you can go into an Iraqi grocery store, you can pay, it's like 33 cents a pound for oranges, cheaper than anywhere I've found. You can pay less than $1 a pound for like plums, pluots, grapes, pineapple, like everything you want at an Iraqi grocery store. Best tasting produce, cheapest price. Why? Because there are communities of Iraqi people that get together that locally grow their stuff and then all sell it in their own ethnicities' grocery stores. It's the best. Why can't we do that? Why do we have to have Ralph's? But they're organized, so they're selling the best groceries at the cheapest prices. I don't understand. So, anyway, when I lived in East County, that's where I shopped. But it's East County, so it's like, so there's a lot of white people that are hostile towards them, but they have the best groceries. Anyway, I feel like I could rant about this all night. I don't know. I don't even think I'm not even that smart. It's just the way I grew up is like my mom was a single mom, right? So what would she do? She would like cart us all over town. We would have to go every Saturday, Sunday. We would go to like four grocery stores. She had this massive coupon folder. I don't even do that. Like, dude, she spent all day couponing and she would know which place had the cheapest groceries. And she had like four coupons for each item and she would like match them up. Like we used to walk out of the grocery store with like a giant cart of food for like 20 bucks because she worked so hard to like get the cheapest prices. So I just have this weird natural awareness of like the cheapest places to get everything. Like I have this weird sixth sense too of like I know like without thinking what store has markdowns. Like I know which store and what time they mark down all their produce to get it at the cheapest prices. I don't know how my mom passes down this DNA, but it happens and I don't think about it. I could roll into a grocery store I've never been to before and like and find like the cheapest groceries. I don't know how it happened. Like yeah, this isn't ASMR. I'm just having a desperate attempt to live stream for the next 4 days because I don't know what else to do with my life. Yeah, I don't even think I'm that smart. I just know where to get things for cheap. I really don't think I'm that smart. It's just a habit built up through years and years of it being conditioned of like it's just I don't even think. I just have a baseline like knowledge. I guess it is common sense, a baseline knowledge of how much I'm willing to spend on certain things and how much it should cost and like just know like, oh yeah, you want bananas for 20 cents a pound. Here's where you have to go or whatever. I don't know. Do I smoke weed? I do on occasion, but I lost my weed pen in the chaos of my life and I don't know where it went. But I do indulge in like microdose mushroom gummies and like stuff like that, which is legal now, apparently. Yes, the cost of living has risen dramatically while minimum wage has pretty much stayed the same. Yes. I had a mushroom pen too. It was amazing. I really miss it. It was like the best thing. Like, I feel like it would like turn down the volume on my logic brain and turn up the volume on my emotion brain, and it was so nice. But then if I ate, like, sometimes I would have a day where I would like take a huge hit of like, you can get it's like mushroom cough syrup or something. And one day I took a huge hit of like mushroom cough syrup and tried to like play guitar and just ended up crying, and it was so sad and stupid. But like just the right amount of the mushroom vape is so good. It's like, it's nice. Common sense is not common. Yeah, and it's not really helping me all that much the older I get. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like mushrooms really help my depression, but like the amount of time that I spend managing my own emotions when I'm not on like five medications is like so much. Like I don't even know what to do with myself. So like uh I used to be on like four or five medications just to function, right? Like I would have to see a psychiatrist like once a month or once every 3 months or something. I was on like Lexapro, Buspar, Wellbutrin, Adderall, like all this stuff just to like manage my professional career. And then at one point, um, I had this really gross interaction with a psychiatrist and just I couldn't like let anyone like have that much control over my mental state anymore. So like went off of all my psychiatric medications. And so mushrooms have been really helpful. But like the amount of time that I spend like just like regulating my own emotions is like a full-time job. Yes, Brian, five medications. It was a lot. So I have major depression, I have anxiety, I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and ADHD. And it's like they just kept stacking on medications because none of the problems were ever really solved. And it could just have been because I was miserable and had a lot of shit going on, a lot of chaos in my relationships, and like um and just like holding it all together by a thread. And like it started off with antidepressants and anti-anxiety, and like I was like holding down three jobs and like just like struggling to hold it all together, and just like adding on more and more medications. And it's like I was slowly getting it all under control and just like really miserable. But like it's like I felt like a dried out raisin version of a human being. Like I felt like beef jerky, if that makes any sense. Like have you ever taken so much medication you feel like beef jerky? Have you? It's the worst. Like you wake up in the morning like like your mouth feels like like your lungs are powderified or something. Like you feel gross. I feel like I could never drink enough water to like quench the thirst that I had in my body. I feel like I was so dried out. I couldn't even sing. Like I couldn't even sing. That was the other thing. Like my voice sucked. Like it dried out my vocal folds. I couldn't even sing the same as I could when I was younger, once I was on all this medications, but I was just so happy to not be miserable and not be suicidal. Trigger warning, whatever. We've all been there. The world is shit. Like we're all unhappy, right? Anyway, yeah, it leaves you so dried up. It's like the worst feeling, but at least you don't want to like jump off a bridge? Like, okay, maybe I can deal with being dried out as long as I don't want to like jump off a bridge today. That's fine. It's a joke. Like, I'm not really gonna do that, but you know what I mean, right? It's like so hard to, it's like, I don't want to have to take 12 pills every day just to like sit and do my job, you know? I'm not gonna jump off a bridge. Okay, so I told you guys about the time I got hit by a car, And my first immediate thought when I woke up in the hospital was, I'm so glad I'm alive. Like, I realized that day I'm never going to kill myself because I was so happy to be alive. And then I had another experience. I had another experience where I was rock climbing. When I lived in Hawaii, I was rock climbing in Waimea Bay, and I realized the survival instinct. So I was climbing, and then I put my hand into like a little crevice, and a lizard like ran out toward me, and I freaked out and screamed, but my hands did not leave the rock. And I realized that I didn't want to die because like my natural instinct is to hold on for dear life in danger. I don't know. Anyway, I think the survival instinct is real. I don't think, we joke. Like hopefully when we're joking about about unaliving ourselves, it's just a joke, like that we all can relate to because life sucks and capitalism sucks and we're all forced to do all sorts of stuff we don't have to do that's demoralizing and shitty, and like there's got to be a better way. There really has to be a better way to survive, I think. Yeah, humor is the best form of dealing with traumatic stress. Like, how shitty is everything? It really is very shitty. I don't know. I have very dark humor that, like, I really don't let out around the vast majority of people. But, like, lately, I've been just letting it out because, like, I feel like I'm too old to give a shit anymore. But, like, I often have a very dry delivery. Like a lot of people just can't deal with my more animated side, which is why I stay behind a screen because even my best friends for a long time, when I get more animated, like they get really upset with me and like shut it down really quickly. So like then I have this dry delivery and people don't know when I'm kidding or not, and I feel like I'm just constantly alienated from everyone around me. No, I have like no friends. I have zero friends. Like, I feel like most people just don't get me at all. And it's led to a lot of isolation and alienation. And it's like, how did this happen? Like, I love people. Like, you know, it's usually strangers that love me, which, like, if it doesn't come off well. I did have a lot of friends at one point, but it was entirely based around like me understanding what they needed. And so since the point where it's like, okay, what if I just let people figure out what I need, and then everybody was gone in my life. No, I'm not overthinking it because when I don't overthink it, there is no one. There's no one. So all my life people have told me I'm overthinking it, but when I don't overthink it, my entire life falls apart. So it's like, who's overthinking it? Like, maybe you guys are. I think like I really like people though. Like I find people fascinating, but I think they often find me to be too much. So it's like I'm in the process of like rebuilding my relationships where like I can just I'm just like no filter Michelle saying whatever. The thing is like if I'm not really a giver anymore. Like, I don't forget to fill my cup. I spend all day filling my cup now. And like, I've spent so much time tending to my own emotions that there is nothing left for anybody else. And I feel like a lot of people think I'm just like radically selfish now. And maybe they're right, but like, this is how it was when I was a teenager. Like, I used to spend a lot of time alone just like reading and like playing music. And yeah, like I didn't have a lot of friends when I was, I mean, it's hard to explain. I went to this really small high school, right? So like I didn't have like a lot of friends that I hung out with. It always had to be like an excuse, like we were studying for an exam or something, because like no one was gonna drive me to anyone's house. Like I wouldn't have any like opportunity to socialize. So like yeah, so I used to just spend a ton of time alone reading when I was a kid. I used to do community service when I was a teenager too, but I have no lasting friendships from that. Like I used to volunteer at Planned Parenthood. I used to canvas. I used to do like a whole bunch of political work, but none of that has really like led to anything lasting either. And I don't know. I guess it's how you define selfishness. Like I definitely don't feel like I would have gone into behavior analysis if I was a selfish person because you inherently have to spend all of your time thinking about other people's needs. And like that is exhausting. Like at some point I just broke down because you can't do that. You can't do it anymore. After years and years of focusing entirely on other people's needs, at some point it's like, well, I'm a human too. I'm a human in my own life, you know? I have needs also. I deserve to have some of my attention on stuff that I care about, you know? And I feel like because of capitalist societies, so many people are detached from like their own needs. And that is so unfair. Like, are we really supposed to spend 62, 64 years of our lives like being completely focused on what everyone else wants? I don't think balance is reasonable. Like, I really like people keep telling me balance, 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 but like it takes me all of my effort to balance my own emotions. And I have barely enough left to work a job. Like, I'm barely holding it together by a thread. I know that's codependency, but okay, here's another hypothesis. I think capitalist society depends on codependency for maximum profits because that's why there's a devaluation of women's labor. That's why men get paid more for the same job. Patriarchy is built upon codependency. Patriarchy needs codependency because we need women to depend on men for resources while they have kids. Is it healthy? No, it's absolutely not healthy because it inherently creates need upon other people for stuff we should be able to provide for ourselves. And it's not fair. No, someone shouldn't always have to be on the bottom. That's not happening in Northern Europe. It's just what we've decided to do here in the United States. We benefit from imposing some kind of hierarchical structure here in the United States. That's why we go into other countries and bomb them. Okay, like what ethnicity are you? I'm Italian, and my family was bombed for 5 years by the United States. And they came here and they worked in sweatshops doing extremely cheap labor. Why? Because the United States traumatized them and they figured in some sick way if they came here, it would be better because they wouldn't be attacked. They'd be on the side of the oppressor. So then they came over, they were discriminated against, they worked as illegal immigrants for less pay than they should have. So they were sewing buttons on shirts for half a cent, you know? So the United States benefits from oppressing people because they get cheap labor. Women are cheap labor, not so much anymore as it used to be, but we still are. Women are cheap labor. Brown people are cheap labor. The natives that were here first, the indigenous people are cheap labor. I love the United States. There are things that are special about the United States, but it's also really fucked. Like, there's something really special about the United States, but it's also really messed up. Like I saw this TikTok that I agree with, and it says like there's something really unique about the United States that will make people make the most whimsical things. Something about capitalism fosters the most whimsical creations you've ever seen, and people will flock to it because it's amazing. Like someone will make an exact replica of a hobbit hole, or someone will decide they want to have like an intergalactic tea party exhibition, and people will go do it because it gives them that escape for like 3 hours. There's something really special about the United States and capitalism, but it's also horrible a lot of the times. I know people do always complain about immigrants. My own family was originally illegal immigrants, and they complained about illegal immigrants my whole life. So when I grew up and I found out my grandpa was an illegal immigrant, I was horrified because my whole life they complained about Mexicans as if they weren't just the same. Like, aren't we all humans? Don't we all bleed red? Like, aren't we all just trying to find a better life? Like, how can you sit and complain about other people being illegal when you were too? Like, that just blows my mind. Like, I don't know. I think there's just this attempt to be the model minority and pretend that you didn't break the rules, but like everybody does. Like everybody is just trying to survive. I don't know, Boyka. Like I'm tired of dry. I don't want any dry rub for this dried out raisin of a human. Like I'm tired of dry. Let's go for moist. I'm down for moist. Oh god. I can't believe I just ranted for an hour. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's chill, I guess. What did I do today? I went to an open mic. I went to an open mic in Ocean Beach, and I played two of my original songs, and then I went and played three cover songs, just like when it got quiet. So that was cool. Um, what else? What else did I do? I was house sitting earlier. Thank you. I think my piercings are pretty rad too. I would have more if I could, but I think I need to wait. It's not really a priority. Um, Casino sounds fun. Could I play? No, it's too late. Then my roommates will be mad. And also, whenever I play music, my videos get copyrighted, like copyright dinged, which sucks. Um, which is weird because like usually you get copyright dinged when you like do a straight like cover the original, and like if I'm just playing on an acoustic I shouldn't get dinged for copyright infringement, but like I still do. I don't know. But yeah, it's too late. My roommate will get mad or whatever. It's against the law or something to like play music. When I moved in here, I was told I could practice acoustic guitar all day and all night. When I got here, that was not the case. I don't know. False advertisement. Yeah, YouTube's copyright system does suck. It really does suck. I hate it. What else did I do? Oh yeah, so I house sat. Uh, I came back. I packed one of my suitcases because I have to move in 4 days. So I'm like, okay, I guess I should deal with some of my problems, like real world problems. Uh, and then I drank a lot of kombucha. because I resent the people who ask me to fart on stream, so drinking kombucha will prevent that ever happening. Did the piercing on my eyebrow hurt? Yes. It was a needle through my skin. But really, this was not the most painful. What was the most painful was the second time I got this one pierced. Because the first time I took it out when I was in the Caribbean and then it closed up. So the second time they pierced through scar tissue. It hurt like a motherfucker. This one didn't hurt much at all. I actually have had it for over a year, but I just kept a retainer in because I didn't feel like revealing it until my life got boring. And then at some point, I just felt the urge. And did it hurt when I fell from heaven? Yes, it absolutely did. I gotta move. I don't know. I just feel like it wasn't a good fit here, apparently, where I was living. I'm not sure why. I paid rent 10 days early every month. So, I don't know. I do kind of enjoy the trolls. I do enjoy the trolls. What do I do for work? I'm between jobs. I was a bartender, but the job was weird. It seemed like they were trying to get rid of me, and then somebody started messing with my account. And I tried to log in and like take orders. I would get locked out of my account. The management had said they'd never seen a problem like that before. It was kind of mysterious. So I started busking. Like I started just playing for cash on the beach in downtown. And that went pretty well actually. Like I made a decent amount doing that. But I did not make enough to find another place to live quickly. The trolls, why are the trolls always flirting with me? Because they love me. It's obvious. Right? I don't know. What was my profession? I used to be a behavior analyst. And then I was just trying to like do anything I could to survive after that. I was dog sitter, a house sitter, cat sitter, dog walker. I did a bunch of stuff. I was selling earthworm compost. Like um yeah, the trolls do want attention. Yeah, so I made earthworm compost. So like for a while I was like just collecting cardboard and I didn't have a ton of money and I was just trying to like do whatever I could with the trash that was around me. So I was tearing up cardboard and I got a thing of worms and then I started breeding the worms. It started with one bin a few years ago. And then I was juicing at the same time also, and that's like the perfect food for worms. So I would tear up cardboard, I would put the worms in the bin, and then I would feed them all of my juicing compost. And then the worms multiplied, and then like earthworm castings sell for like 45 bucks a pound. So I didn't sell it for that much, but like it got me through rough times, like when I was like struggling between like dog sitting. So I would do that. I would like dog sit and then I would sell worm castings. And now I have like 8 bins of worm compost and they're all like perfect and done. But like nobody wants to come by in the location I'm in because it's kind of like poor in this area. And like people want to go to like a cutesy little neighborhood to buy worm castings from like a cute craftsman home or something. So like yeah, I have worm castings to sell. Um, but that was cool. Like I would do that even if I didn't make money off of it because like it's really good for the environment. Like the more compost that you compost in a worm bin, it like decreases carbon emissions like considerably. compared to like what it would be if it all went to a landfill, and it decreased the amount of garbage my household made. It was a cool hobby. Like I really enjoyed earthworm casting, and like when I lived in a better area, it sold really quickly. Yeah, and like yeah, compost, like volunteer plants that grow out of them are really healthy. Um, my compost pile grew like acorn squash and like zucchini and like a whole bunch of stuff grew out of it. It was so cool. And then like earthworm compost is like really valuable to like people that grow weed. Um, so I do have that. So if anyone is in San Diego and wants to buy earthworm castings from me, I have a lot of them. Um, but the last time I put them up on Craigslist, I did not get any buyers. I occasionally get a buyer that's like, hey, can you give me like 300 pounds? And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of manpower. Um, but like, but yeah, um, that is something I enjoyed doing. Like, I read this study that like by the year 2050, 90% of the world's topsoil is going to be depleted. So one of the things that we could do to fix that is if everyone started earthworm composting. So that was a big reason. And then the other weird thing is like I read in this book about Italian pagan tradition that like earthworms were considered sacred. So I don't know, just in my heart I felt like I need to be earthworm composting for like a whole bunch of reasons. Um so Yeah, I wish everybody had an earthworm compost bin, and like I would seriously just give people worms if they were gonna do it because it's so good. It's so good for the environment. Like even if all you did was just compost and then throw the earthworm castings on your dirt, that would make such a huge difference to the world. Like I wish everybody did it. How do you start one? Okay, so that's a good question. So if you took like your Amazon boxes, like I had a bucket, but you could throw them in your bathtub. Um, so what I would do is I would get a bunch of cardboard boxes wet, and then I had a Rubbermaid bin. Like if you go to Target, here I'll try to pull one up and show you what it looks like. You can do it in a small bin, but like I like to have a really big bin. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up a picture of like the. You can get it for like $8 at Target. Um, I think it's the 17-gallon bin, or if you go to Costco, there's like a 20-gallon like black and yellow bin that works really well. Um, okay, this is stupid because like Walmart says it's like $34, but there's no reason you're gonna spend that. Like if you go to Target, this bin is like $10. It's not that much. It's the 18-gallon roughneck plastic box. Don't pay attention to that price. That's not correct. Yeah, you could go to Goodwill. I've gotten them at Goodwill before. So I take this bin and then okay, so I drill like I would drill like 9 holes in each side, like here, 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 and then I drill some holes on the sides. I often also drill a hole in the top, so if it rains, the water can go inside. And then I'll drill holes like on the very bottom so that there's not too much liquid accumulating because you want it to stay moist. You want it to stay moist, but you don't want it to like flood because all the worms will die or they'll have to like go up toward the top and that's not good either. So first I drill a whole bunch of aeration holes in the bin and the worms won't leave usually. I'm getting ahead of myself. The worms don't really crawl out of the holes. So then you take this bin and you fill it up with your like wet cardboard. So I would wet my cardboard in a bucket, or I'd hose it down, or I'd throw it in the bathtub until it's like soaking and kind of soft. And yeah, Utsav, don't pay attention to that price. That's I usually pay like $8 to $10 for a bin like this. If you go to Target, like I'll go to Target.com and pull it up. Um, so this has got to be a better price. So I'd soak all my cardboard until it's soft and tear it up into little pieces. Here, look, this is the same bin. It's $10.99. There's no reason to spend that much. So like, okay, so you tear up all your cardboard as much as you can. I find it's really hard to fill up an entire bin. Like, you might fill it up halfway and then I'd smash it down, but like, could you blend it? Like, what do you mean blend? Oh, so I would also use shredded paper. So if I was shredding like documents, like from my job, like only the plain white matte paper, not like the shiny paper. But so I had a ton of documents from my old job. So I would often be shredding like old stuff I didn't need to store anymore. So it was a combination of cardboard and paper. So I would fill up like a whole bin and then just get it all wet because the worms need like a moist substrate, right? And then if there's anything else like that you have lying around, like they also like weeds. So I would go weed my garden and then I would layer paper, cardboard, weeds, paper, cardboard, weeds, and they love that. Like they love to eat weeds. It's not great if you have seeds in there, but I'm not super careful. I just want to like compost, so I'm not gonna pick out a bunch of weed seeds. So like if you mow the lawn or if you pull your weeds, put that in the worm bin because they fucking love it. And then I like juiced, so I kept all my juicing pulp and I fed them with that and I put the worms in there with that. Um, and then you leave it like 3 months. Like you want to make sure it's moist. Weeds, so like weeds. So if you garden and you have like dandelions or like I don't know, we had a lot of like thistles and like weird tall like stuff. Like I would pull the weeds out of the ground and I would throw them in the worm bins. And it's a great way to use the weeds because the worms love to eat greens. Their favorite things are like if I had leftover spinach or like romaine that was rotting, like any greens, like if you mow the lawn, throw your grass cuttings in there. The worms love that. And then you could throw like any compost except for limes. Limes are too acidic and it'll kill the worms. They really prefer like leafy greens. So you want to avoid like citrus, like lemon and orange, but they can eat a little. Palm leaves, I feel like those might be too big and thick and fibrous. I feel like you want like soft greens, like grasses or like, like you know what I'm talking like it's like if you pull a weed out of the ground, like just like a grassy kind of weed, like not like too woody. Like anytime I had like too thick of a like wooden stalk, they wouldn't be able to eat it. Banana peels are great. All food like kitchen waste is great for worm bins. Like bananas or like tomatoes. You can put acidic stuff but mix it with leafy greens. Like I used to throw like tomato trash in there, like apples, grapes, like anything that's rotting and liquefied, they will love. I even threw, like, okay, at one point, I cooked a bunch of beets that went bad. They loved them. They love protein. And the gross thing is, they also love like manure. So if you ever get horse manure, like there were horse farms near me that gave away manure, apparently your worms will lay a ton of eggs if you put horse manure in your box. Um, and apparently it's better for the environment if they break it down instead of it just like breaking down on its own. But like I put beans in there. Like if I had leftover spaghetti that went bad, I put it in there. You can put almost anything except for like you don't want too much fat. But like beans are very low fat, so you can put that, but avocado doesn't go great. Or like you don't want to put meat in there. Like you don't want to put chicken. Um, but like but carbs and like beans, protein is totally fine. Just like you don't want to put a bunch of oil in there. So like um so yeah, and then if you do that, you want to feed them like just a little bit because the worms can't eat it. Depending on how many worms you have in the bin, like you might be overfeeding it, and then the worms, like it'll start to smell bad in the bin if you're feeding it too much or if it gets too wet. And that was a mistake I made with my first bin. It was like, I don't know, a little sour smelling, and it should smell earthy, like a gentle earthy smell, like the dirt after a wet rain. Like that's kind of what you're going for. So you want to feed, like I like to feed the bins like a big fist-sized amount of food every week, and if you feed them that amount, it'll stay pretty healthy. Like you probably feed it more if you have more worms. So, yeah. I also want to be a worm. I feel like it would be pretty chill. You're just eating stuff all day. Um, so yeah, that's how you make a worm bin. And then if it's a hot day, I would throw a bunch of ice on top because I don't want them dying. If it gets too hot, they die. Um, I like to water them whenever it dries out. Like sometimes it gets very dry in there. Um, and you have to use your discretion. Like go in there and like feel around. Like if your cardboard is drying out, you probably need to hose it down. Sometimes it's enough to just put a bunch of wet food scraps on top of your dry cardboard, but it's really good if you can it's really good if you can keep it moist. Yeah. If I could be an animal, what animal would I be? Probably like I always say a bird. Like I think for red-tailed hawks, like I know they spend a lot of time alone, but like their feathers are so cool. They're like really striped and like I don't know. I just have this fascination with red-tailed hawks lately. But I don't know, for some reason naked mole rat is coming up right now, probably because they're a hive animal and they like dig a lot. I don't know, it's kind of cool. I don't know why that's coming up. I don't want to talk about hamsters. I feel like whenever people talk about hamsters, it's weird. Um, or I guess that's gerbils or something. I don't know. Hamsters are so mean. Like, I had these okay. I knew some kids that had hamsters and they like just kind of let them breed and breed and breed. And like, they would like eat each other. I'm like scared of hamsters. They're like aggressive. And then like, okay, the crazy thing about this like colony of hamsters is like there were like two warring factions and they were like so scared. Like they were so aggressive that they each hid in their separate little igloo and neither the twain should meet, right? So like um it's like if one of the hamsters ventured out to go get food, they might get attacked by like the other colony. And so they all just kind of like huddled in their igloos and like afraid to go out. And I was like, oh god, this is so sad. It was like hamster warfare. It was terrifying. So I'm like, I don't like hamsters. They're like too aggressive. I used to have rats and they were wonderful. Like, they were so sweet. Like I miss owning rats, but it's like not appropriate right now. Yeah, tribal warfare. I don't like it. Last night my chat was really good, but I got on at like 7. Yeah, too much tribalism is dangerous. Um, yeah, last night my chat was great. I got on at 7. I feel like all these people should go start like a what do you call it? Of like a server. What's that? What's it called? Where people go and start servers where they talk to each other. It's like mostly video game people and like e-girls and stuff. What is that place called? No, not a podcast. Discord. Yeah. It's like I feel like my chat last night was so friendly. I was like, you guys should start a Discord server together. I have holes in my brain. I can't remember what anything is called. Too many weed talk. I missed all the weed talk because I was not paying attention. I was just reading the story. Tingle's Discord server that I will never be on because, like, for some reason, Discord doesn't work on my phone. But yeah, if you started, I might change the okay, I might change the name of the channel to Word Vomitorium because this is what it's turning into. Like, but I also want to do ASMR sometimes. I can't commit to anything. But yeah, if you started a Brain Tingles ASMR Discord server, I would come say hi on occasion. Oh, Orest is here. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Make a second channel. I'd like to monetize like one of them before starting another channel. I don't want to start over right before my life is devolving into chaos. No, I'm not monetized yet. I need I need like 2200 more watch hours. But I don't want to focus on that. I kind of just want to rant and have fun with you guys. No, it's normal. Like it's a 4,000 watch hour requirement. And yeah, and actually I think YouTube like nerfs how many watch hours you get because like my head math of what like I kind of do head math as I'm watching the numbers go up and down. And when I actually look at the graphs later, it's like, wow, that is way less than I had. Like, because I'm kind of keeping a running tab in my head. And I don't know if it's that, like, it disqualifies a ton of your viewers as bots for stupid reasons. But I do think YouTube vastly, like, undercalculates your watch hours because they have a vested interest and, they don't want to pay anybody. So it's like, whatever. But oh yeah, I know. That's what they do. They take a bunch of the money, but that is what it is. That's just the game you're playing. Like, I mean, if you think about it, the government takes 30% of your paycheck too. Every time somebody says you look beautiful, someone should just put my Cash App in the comments. I know. Every time someone tries to flirt with me, someone should just put the Cash App in the comments and then like they'll get sick of it. At Subway, the manager takes half of your card tips? That's bullshit. That's crap. Oh yeah, so like I tried to run for city council. Okay, this is another rant about the government, like just being run completely like shit. So, like, I ran for city council a couple years ago, and I was so disappointed at what I saw. No, I'm not annoyed at compliments. It's just we have other things to talk about. Like, thank you. I appreciate it. Give me money. Okay? Um so like I ran for city council a few years ago. Um no, compliment me and give me money also. Okay, so I ran for city council and like it was the most disappointing thing I had ever seen in my life. So I used to take voting very seriously. Like I would sit down every year with my voting pamphlet, right? I would research every single proposition and like try to make the best decision I could. Yeah, you can't, Troy, you can't super chat me yet because I need 1,000 more hours to get the monetization where you can super chat me. But anyway, I want to tell you about when I ran for city council. So politics is so disappointing. So I would research every single proposition on the ballot and I would vote on every single one because, like, what I learned is the most effective way to create change in your community, aside from volunteering, is to vote on every local proposition because then you can actually have some kind of say in stuff that happens in your community. So, like, after like 15 years of voting Democrat, I was like, this is bullshit. Like, I need to run for office. And like other people were telling me like you should run for office, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna run for office. So I run for office and I start going to the meetings, and the meetings are entirely just a bunch of people like arguing over the rules of who gets to talk next, and we spent like so little time talking about policy. I was so disillusioned. I never wanted to go back. I lost so bad. I didn't put any work into like anything into advertisement because in the meetings all we ever talked about was who gets to talk, and two, there were a whole bunch of weird characters approaching me in real life constantly trying to push me to go more conservative. It was awful. And there's this thing where I have this hypothesis that like it's clear like my life is a mess, and I think that politics goes after broken people with something to prove and tries to get them into politics because it'll be easy to leverage. So like if I'm a broken person with like nothing to lose and everything to prove, and they can like try to push me more conservative because if I have this people pleasing desire, then I'm gonna be an easily manipulatable puppet. And it's like I could see it so clearly once I was in it, like just how they were trying to manipulate me. And it's like I was so disgusted by the whole process. Um, so like that was my experience in politics. I do not recommend it. I hated it. And like I'm so disappointed. I'm disappointed in the system. And like I used to have so much optimism that things could be changed. And like I've lost all hope from my experience. Like, this is bullshit. It's complete bullshit. My life is a bit black and white. Like, yeah, but like, what do you mean? Like, Dwight, you've lost hope in females of this generation. Well, that's fine. You don't have to have hope for anybody but yourself. Or rest, I definitely need a snack. I think a snack would make everything better. But I already brushed my teeth. So I'm probably not gonna start eating pork rinds right now. But I do have tomorrow. Maybe I'll just eat a huge amount of food when I wake up. Like I still have a giant ube ensaymada covered in cheese and butter, and that sounds amazing. Like I'm gonna eat that. Reading so much stories makes everything melancholic. Like I'm already melancholic. The stories are just a reflection of my melancholy. I wish I had a snack. Snacks are good. Maybe tomorrow I'll live stream taking a walk to the snack store. Ube is a purple potato. It's really good. Honestly, I should have go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock. I've ranted for an hour and a half. Have I had Dots pretzels? Okay, so today someone was telling me that I should just like wear cute clothes and play music on OnlyFans. Like apparently that, but I'm old though. I'm like 36. Like just like dress cute and play music, and apparently like there's so there I saw a band that does that, and it's all guys. It's all guys on OnlyFans, and they make money doing that. I was like, I really didn't want that, but if I must, I could. I learned a bunch of covers for the beach. Like I could just play them all on stream. Dwight wants to be a victim. Be a victim then. What's dots? Like when I think of dots, I think of like those jujubes, you know? Like dots. Like here, I'll pull up the computer. You know, dots. No, I won't be naked on OnlyFans. My goal is to not have to be naked to make money. That's like preferably, the preferable condition. Like dots. When I think of dots, I think of here. I think of dots. Dots. It's not the dots you're talking about? What kind of dots are we talking about? No, some people make money on OnlyFans. Like, some people turn it into a legitimate hustle. Like, jujubes. I don't know. Isn't it it looks like a jujube. Like, I don't know. I think of jujube like this shape. I don't know. Dots, snacks. Dots pretzels. Is this it? What do you do with them? Those look boring. Like, don't tell me about pretzels unless it's the Snyder's, like, mustard pretzels. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe I'll go on a quest for those tomorrow. Snyder's. Like, there's something in my soul that just cries out for those Snyder's mustard pretzels. Like, let me see. Yeah. Is this it? Yeah, honey mustard and onion. Am I crazy, or are these like the best pretzel snacks that ever existed on the face of the earth? I'm drooling. I'm drooling. Guys, I'm drooling just looking at that bag. They're so good. Yeah, my snacks are usually like strawberries or bananas or like peaches or something. Guys, I'm drooling. I want a bag of Snyder's really bad. It's like the deep cry of my soul for Snyder's pretzels is like the deep cry of my soul for mac and cheese. Like something about it. Your snack is protein powder. Well, good for you, okay? What am I gonna do? I could live stream playing threes, but that's really boring. Anybody else like dissociate while they play puzzle games? Just me? Like, have you ever dissociated for 4 hours and played Tetris? Threes? This is a game that like went viral like years ago, but I have a weird like obsession with this game. Like, okay, maybe I should just go to sleep rather than play this game. But it's like mesmerizing. It gives me a false sense of control over my environment, you know? It's not a game that you can beat though. It's like you can keep getting higher and higher scores, you know? I've gotten up to like sometimes you can get up to 500 or 1,000 as your highest block. I could have married someone. Oh boy. Great. Could I have? You know, the people who wanted me to marry them wanted like a housekeeper, baby maker, um, like personal chef. It didn't leave a lot of room for me to like be who I wanted to be. And I don't know. Like I think it's because for most of my life I tried to have a stable career like at all costs, like even though I hated it. So like the only people who were attracted to me were um like people who dutifully followed their careers for the money. So like I didn't meet anybody that I liked. And it was just people that wanted like a housewife, but the crazy thing is I made more money than them. Like I made more money than them and they wanted me to do the cooking and the cleaning. And I just felt like this is bullshit. Like I don't if this is being married, like I don't want to be married. I don't want to be married and make like 60% of the money and do like all of the cooking. And like one time this guy that I was dating, I went over to his house. I cooked 90% of the meal. He took a picture of the meal, sent a text to his mother, and said, "Look what I cooked, Mom." He took credit for the meal that I cooked. And I was like, dude, if this is what being married is going to be like, I don't want any part of it. So I kind of gave up shortly after that. Like, So that's kind of also why I gave up the career, because it's like not only am I gonna have to make most of the money and be your personal servant and let you take credit for everything, like I'm not even attracted to you. Like, dude, this sucks. Like, why am I even working this job? Why am I even working this job if all I meet are guys who are shitty? Oh my God. Anyway, might as well be alone. Let me buy you a spaceship. Get me out of this galaxy right now. I've had it with human beings. No, I don't listen to Gucci Mane. Yeah, I don't think people should have children just to have children, but that's just me. Like, when I wanted to have kids, like, I really wanted to, like, give them the best life possible. But it became clear that if I had the kind of father for them that was willing to marry me, that was never gonna happen. Like, so I gave up. I gave up on kids because, like, I just didn't want to reproduce with anyone who would be a father. So like, no, I'm not really a Black Sabbath fan. It's like I know everybody likes them, but I honestly just never really resonated that much with them. Like I know they're foundational and important, but if of all the things that I would choose to listen to, it's not really Black Sabbath. I would not adopt because of everything I've read about children that are adopted, like struggle with attachment issues for the rest of their life. And I have enough attachment issues to deal with in myself that I can't have an adopted child. I already know myself. I know because of my depression and anxiety, I would just not deal well with a child with an attachment disorder. Like, it's hard enough being a mom to your own children and having a child that starts off with that much more difficulty in their life. Like, I'm not equipped for that kind of parenting situation. Yeah, I was a good student in college justice. Good. I'm glad you're not in love with me because I'm not really looking to be in love. Yeah, I'm fine with it being me. That's chill. I'm the problem. Leave me alone. So it's 1:20. Let's see. Okay, guys, I just figured out I could put my phone in my mug and it'll hold it there. Okay. And when I go to bed, I'm gonna live stream myself sleeping. Watch me sleep like a creep. Let me see if I can find a really small. I'm gonna find a really small light. Hopefully.
If you guys are awake, you're gonna hear my roommates. You're gonna hear my roommates farting loudly. It's so dumb. Okay, never mind. We're back. Welcome to the Truman Show. What am I doing with my life?
Sally said we should have made it seem like she woke up to a zombie apocalypse. Feels like I'm in a zombie apocalypse every day of my life already.
It just occurred to me, like, how am I gonna not use my phone for 4 days? Like, I have to go nowhere. Like, not use public transportation. What happened while I was asleep?
I'm gonna check the log. Clean off the camera. You guys' comments are funny. People asking if someone farted. My roommates, they fart really loud, like all day and all night. Okay, that's all we're talking about it. We're never gonna speak of it again. Free to Moon Kapoor says, can I ask you, how do you keep yourself motivated for your daily job? I don't. My life is a mess because I like worked my ass off to get like a bunch of degrees that I ended up hating. And um I tried to figure out like how to work a job that wasn't the job I ended up getting a degree for. And then my whole life fell apart. I just kind of lost it one day. and like just felt like I can't do this anymore. This is bullshit. So now I'm trying to figure out something else. Um, at one point, I ranted about this last night. At one point, I was on like four or five different medications just trying to hold together my professional career. So I'm a terrible person to ask how to still stay disciplined because I did it by like sheer force of will and like a ton of medication. And I burned out like over and over again. Lots of people burn out. Yeah. Yeah, I know I'll get through it. The question is how. How am I gonna get through? Um, how am I gonna get through the next chapter of my life is the question, and that's why I'm live streaming. Basically, I'm having like the biggest like crisis of my life so far, so I'm just gonna live stream and rant about it, and maybe I'll get enough watch hours while I'm packing up my life, like moving it into a storage unit. Maybe I'll figure something out. I don't know. It's my tattoo. Um, Turn this so the light is better. So just to show you, it's a cloudy day. I don't know if you can see it. Okay. What is my tattoo? It's Dr. Jean Poole from the Ripping Friends. Um, and then on the other side is the xenomorph from Alien. Oh, Skittle is here. Good morning. I'm still really tired. Coffee time? No, not yet. I'm gonna sleep one more hour. One more hour.
I discovered?
I discovered last night it's like the hardest thing in the world to fall asleep with a camera on. It's like so like self-conscious and maddening. Anyway, it's weird. Okay, I probably can't get back to sleep now. Be right back. Oh, where's my yeah, my roommates. Well, you know. Good. I'm gonna make some coffee. What am I gonna eat? No, my roommates. My two roommates are not ladies. We're having instant today because I've lost control of my life. check this out. I got these like 50% off the other day. I'm gonna drink one later. There's like popping boba in these. They're delicious. They're mango flavored. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna make a fruit salad. Let's see. I'll wash this. Easy. What fruit is this? This is a nectarine. Oh, it's really good and ripe too. It looks perfect. It's really juicy. It's a nectarine, not a peach. There's no fur on it. It's one of the things I love about California is the fruit. What does peach taste like? It tastes like sunshine on a dewy morning in Georgia. If it's ripe, it's sweet. Are you telling me you've never had a peach? Where are you from? I'm gonna add some strawberries. Oh my god, there's no peaches in India? How sad. It's hard to find. So hello from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Good morning, Glitch Dash. This is probably enough of a mountain of fruit. We'll see. I'm gonna put some yogurt on it. Good morning. Have breakfast with me. Someone says that looks disgusting. Well, it tastes amazing. Mm. So why are you guys joining me at 7 a.m. on a Wednesday? It's 10:30. Ashwagandha. I should make an ashwagandha drink later. Then I won't freak out about my life. Okay, why are you joining me at 10:26 in your time zone? Home workout? I was thinking of like, so I can't do very many push-ups, but I was thinking of trying to do as many push-ups as I could. You guys could do push-ups with me. What's up? I don't know. Are you 25? How old are you? You're 18. You know what I was doing when I was 18? I was waiting tables and being really overworked at school and playing video games until 4 a.m. What do 18-year-olds do now? Probably playing video games until 4 a.m. Medical entrance test. What kind of medical study are you doing? MBBS? I don't even know what that is. At 18, you're taking a medical exam to be a doctor. I'm gonna look it up. It says that people who have an MBBS in certain countries, it's like considered a junior medical degree, and you still have to submit a thesis. So what's your thesis going to be about? Yeah, it's like a junior degree to be a doctor, and you still have to do like a field of research. Yeah. There's still like a bunch more steps. Oh my god. So there's a couple things I was thinking about, like reading on stream, or I don't know. I haven't quite woken up yet, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Good morning, Beth Rosen. Good morning, Justice. I'm constantly amazed how excited some people are to watch me live stream. Like, I'm just gonna chill with you guys and drink my coffee, and maybe someone will trigger some kind of rant. Okay, what am I gonna do today? My coffee of choice. Okay, I don't often get to buy my coffee of choice. My favorite coffee I ever had was coffee I found in Costco from Big Island of Hawaii, and it was incredible. It tasted so good. But this week, I have it's instant coffee I got on sale. I didn't want to buy a huge bag of coffee because I'm gonna be moving, so it's like ugh, I'd rather just have these little packets. So it's nothing to write home about. How old is this channel? I started a couple of years ago. I started, I think it was like December or something of 2023. I'm not sure. 2022. I'm not entirely sure, but a few years ago I started like I was severely depressed. So I just started trying to make any videos I could, like any ASMR videos, because like I could barely get out of bed at the time. Um, just like a combination of like some bad relationships in my life, like lack of support, some messed up stuff happened to me, and just like no support in my life. And I started doing this channel to try to find like, I don't know, something I enjoyed doing. So this channel's a couple years old, but I didn't really get serious about it. Like, I was just kind of doing whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure one of my first videos was popping bubble wrap. Um, I tried making slime, but like, I was kind of struggling with the lighting and camera angles for the slime, and like, I don't know, I figured it out later with the peels. Like, stupid people and stupid products. That is true, yeah. Yeah, there's just like and it was just a rough time in my life. I just didn't know what I was doing. I was trying to learn everything on my own and like I don't know, live streaming, I guess. I don't have to bother with editing. Like I was trying to learn how to edit and like it's not that hard, but like it's time consuming. And yeah. Utsav, maybe you should get back to your career then. Anyway, Hadley asked, how am I? I'm like still waking up. Trying to figure out how I'm gonna entertain everybody next. There's a book I might read from, but I'd have to find it in like the pile of mess that is my room. I had some weird dreams last night. I wonder, did anyone else? I'm sure somebody did. What was my dream? I just remember something about like an orange tree filled with oranges. But there was something else going on in the background. It's like, I'm struggling to remember. I can't remember what the people were doing. All I remember is the orange tree. What am I doing? What am I doing? Betherson said, I had a dream last night that I was a cupbearer for Tywin Lannister, and it turned out he was a vampire. Yamonte Chambers says, yo, good morning, what's good? I'm still trying to figure that out. What is good, guys? What is good? There were some books I was going to try to find and read from. I guess I'll dig. Try to dig and find it. Where'd it go? Somebody's who Utsav says who keeps a suitcase in the middle of the room. Someone who's moving does. Duh. There it is. Okay. I might actually read this on stream. Uh, there's like a bunch of musicians in my town, and they probably won't ding me for copyright because that would suck a lot if they did. So maybe I'm an asshole for doing that, but like it's um, kind of a bunch of stories about some characters uh, that are going to see a band, The Locust, which is like kind of a legendary band in San Diego. So like some things about the story that gross me out, but it'd also be interesting to read on stream, so I might as well do that. Does live stream keep my loneliness away? Yeah, it kind of does, because like I have a hard time meeting people that I can be like my genuine self around. So if I'm behind a camera, I feel like it's way easier to not have a filter and just be my actual self. Um, yeah, I don't know what it is about real people, but like I find like it very hard to engage like without like having a huge amount of guard up around people. Yeah. So like I find it way easier to be myself if I'm live streaming, which is like kind of messed up, but it is what it is. It's like I just feel like so much of human interaction is like um I don't know, like people's concealed ulterior motives and like what they want out of you, and then you have to like evade like you have to like evade like you have to evade like giving them what they want, and then they end up like I don't know, just like it's hard to just engage as people, like, and then so much of being a human involves like other people's beliefs about hierarchy and like dominance. And I find it easier to just like avoid it entirely. Like, I haven't felt safe being myself since I was like 16. um, so like at least if I'm on stream, like most of the time the people who want to be here just like want to be here. Like there's definitely haters, but like what are they gonna do? I don't know. I guess you could hunt me down if you really wanted to. But yeah, like so much of interacting requires making space for the other person's personality, and I find it I find it hard to figure out where my personality can fit in exchanges with people. Don't think too much? Yeah, I don't think too much. That's why I can't be myself. Because I'm just like responding to like the energy the other person's giving me, and I'm not like being myself. I'm giving them what, they need out of the interaction or whatever. Time for some Kool-Aid. Everybody get your Kool-Aid. It's time to join the star people. Cover pic of the story though. What, her tattoo? Should I just read it? I could read it. Guys, I'm not in the mood to read right now. I'm still tired. Let me finish my coffee first. How many pages is it? It's pretty short, actually. This is shorter than most of the short stories I've read. Yeah, I find it difficult. Like, most people aren't like me. Like, even my closest friends that I've had in my life, like, usually, like, hate my real personality. And, like, find it to be exhausting. So, like if basically like people are telling me on stream like don't think, it's like stop it, like this is my real personality, you're telling me to like squash my real personality for you, and that's what sucks. Like that's why I avoid people. Like shut up, like let me just be. Like can someone just let me just be? Ever? Is that allowed? Like am I allowed to just be? Apparently not. No, my thoughts aren't eating me. There's nothing wrong with me. It's other people telling me to stop. No, my thoughts don't consume energy. It's me trying to suppress my thoughts for other people's comfort that's eating me. I don't have a problem with my thoughts. Other people do. Other people could just chill and let me be. Just let me think and just like listen or go away. Don't tell me to stop. This is why when I was a kid, like I spent so much time alone in my room. It's like apparently it's not okay to just like exist and think your thoughts. Yeah, I think I was like happiest when I was living alone, honestly. Like I had a social job, but I was living alone and it was pretty cool. I could do whatever I wanted. Yeah, there's like so much to be said for the freedom of just like being able to just be and like no one telling you to stop being yourself. Yeah, so like when I had money, I used to go do everything alone and it was amazing. And like I would go out to eat alone, I would go on adventures alone. It was incredible. I miss it so much. Like I still go do stuff alone, but like I don't know, it's different now because I haven't figured out Haven't figured out my income yet. I'll figure it out though. But like being alone is so freeing. You can do whatever you want on your own schedule. You can eat whatever you want. You don't have to compromise for anybody. Like, I really deeply envy people who like found their soulmate or whatever, and you can be your whole self around them, but I just have not found that, which is fine because like I don't mind being alone, but it must be so cool to not have to stuff down 90% of who you are around other people. Um, Betherzen says, I'm afraid of being alone sometimes, especially at night. Yeah, I mean, like, it used to be really hard. Like, uh, said she always thought I was gonna leave because she thought she was awkward. Yeah, I can't share my thoughts with my family. Like, that's where it started, is like, they, like, who I am really makes them uncomfortable most of all. So, like, um, so I've always just kind of like, I think from the time I was like 15 or 16, like when I first got a car, that's when I started like exploring like where I lived. Like I just like I wasn't really supposed to go out much. It like made my mom really anxious. So I started just like sneaking out to places in my community like before my parents got home from work. So it's like, okay, it's 3 o'clock. I can go check out this bookstore before my parents get home, or like I can go check out this like bakery before my parents get home, and I would go on all these adventures like furtively behind the scenes. And like that's where it started. I was like, I guess I was 16 because I was driving. Um, yeah, I am. Utsav said, "Are you the only child?" Yes, I'm the only child. I have two half sisters, but they grew up in another country and they're like in another state. So yeah, I don't think I'm that awkward. I think it's just the difference in the way people socialize that like me trying to adjust to how other people are socializing comes off as awkward sometimes. Like I'm pretty comfortable with extended silences, or like, but people can sometimes read that as awkward. Or like I'm really comfortable with letting people think to finish a statement. Sometimes people read that as awkward. Um, yeah. Um, my dad's property. I don't. My parents live on their property, and my father, my biological father. I don't think he like whatever property he has, he's not giving it to any of the kids. So like, um, it's not really for me to go live there or have any of it. Um, Bethra then says, I think you're really intelligent. You crave a deeper conversation. Yeah, that's true, but like it's rare to find. So often what I end up doing is just like trying to adapt to whatever is going on in the conversation instead of trying to direct it. Because what I find like in my family is like it's way easier. Like if I talk and I direct the conversation, most people are not going to hear anything I say anyway. So I usually just try to like adapt to whatever else is going on. Um, because at least like if I just talk and just say what's on my mind, then like no one's gonna hear it. But if I listen to the other person, then we'll both know what's going on. So that's kind of just what I do in most conversations. So no, I don't have the right of my parents' house. Like I can't just show up to my parents' house and they'll like let me in. It's just like not gonna happen. So fortunately, um, that's why I like having this channel because I can just like say whatever I want and there will be people that are like, yeah, okay, I agree with that. Like TAT2D says hello from Colorado. What part of Colorado are you in? Red Hunter says that's crazy. My kids would always be welcome home. Yeah, I think that's how it is for a lot of people. Um, Colorado Springs. I don't know the area, but I heard Colorado is just incredibly beautiful. I haven't visited since I was about 6 or 7. I went to like Denver. It's beautiful there. Sally says I got kicked out at 16. I lived in so many different states, found my people in a state I couldn't stand. Which state is that? I've considered moving states. Florida. I'm hesitant to leave California because the way the Supreme Court is going, I'm just concerned about the ways laws could change in any state outside of California. And I'm concerned, like, okay, so I went to Hawaii for a while, and there were some things that were just different. Like I had a cat at the time, and he needed like more advanced routine medical care. And something that sucked was the most qualified veterinarians on the island like could not handle his basic needs. Um, and if the veterinarians can't handle like he needed routine like urinalysis because he had like a urinary disorder and they couldn't even get a urine sample from him. And it makes me concerned if I leave California, like I'm concerned I won't be able to get the medical care I need and I just need um like the kind of birth control I use is difficult to administer. There's few doctors here in California who will do it. And outside of the state, I'm concerned no one will be able to do it. So I'm concerned if I leave the state, like basic medical care won't be possible because there's some of the most qualified people in the world in Southern California. So like no, they were real veterinarians, but they just didn't want to deal with a difficult cat, you know? And this when I leave Southern California, that is kind of like the attitude I've encountered by people is they don't want to deal with difficult people. And throughout my life, this has kind of been a recurring theme is a lot of people consider me to be difficult and just don't want to deal with me. So like it makes me hesitant um to leave a progressive place like Southern California. Justice says I feel that way about not leaving Connecticut. I guess like New England must be different. Like I'm sure there's very competent people in like New York, but I can't afford to go to New York, you know? But you know what I mean? Like there is a resistance to dealing with difficult people in a lot of places, like people who like need particular, need particular things or approaches to function. Like a lot of people are just not into it. And it makes it necessary to like stay where you can be somewhat self-sufficient. So are my roommates good? I don't think my roommates and I vibe very well. I think they need something different. Like when I moved in here, I was kind of keeping to myself and just practicing guitar. And after a few months, they asked me to move. There were just a lot of double standards, so it was clear we didn't vibe well. Like, basically, like, just like they would ask me to be quiet while they were sleeping, but be extremely noisy when I was sleeping. So it was clear, like, our schedules didn't vibe. And, like, um, so, and it wasn't like they said it would be when I moved in. Like, they told me I would be able to practice all the time, but then, like, that wasn't the case when I moved in. So, like, I have to leave. So I'm trying to find some place that will be a better fit, but I'm not sure what that will be yet. Red Hunter says the community where I am is hard to beat. People are getting ahead, it seems. Um, um, where are you located? Need a studio room, Sally says. Yeah, I do. So, Justice says they're an hour from New York. You're in Jacksonville, Florida. It's great. Neighbors bring us eggs, and the city needs work, though. What kind of work is the question? So like in Southern California, I was waiting tables and bartending and the minimum wage is $16. So like with tips, I would make like basically like 45 bucks an hour. Um, and like a lot of places out of California, minimum wage is much lower, and then tips supplement your income to be up to minimum wage here. So like it's tough when you move states because it's not always as good a deal. So let me see what the minimum wage is in Florida. Like the minimum wage in Florida is like half. It's like 8.75. And I saw this woman like calculated it on TikTok. Like, okay, so if you're in a high cost of living city, the high minimum wage often will more than make up for what you end up saving in rent. So it's actually cheaper to be broke in a high cost of living city if the minimum wage is cheaper. Still, like the difference in income tax doesn't fix it. So like in Florida, if there's no income tax, you're still making 8.75 an hour, and in California, you're making twice that plus tips. So like the difference in income tax doesn't fix like what you're losing. And then let me see what the median like rent is in Florida. So like median rent in Jacksonville, Florida is like 1,700 a month. So like you can definitely do better in California. Like you can definitely do better in California than that. So yeah, it's not always about rent prices. There's also other factors to consider, you know? My Instagram story. I don't think I posted an Instagram story. Oh yeah, New York. New York is a lot. New York is a lot of work to like keep up with rent prices, and like I feel like Florida's a lot slower. Like, that's the thing. When I moved from California to Hawaii, the pace of life was so much slower, and then when I moved back to California, I was poorly adjusted because like it's so in a way it's so demotivating moving to Hawaii because like I came from Southern California where everyone was like cooperating and working together, and I go to Hawaii and it's like nobody gives a crap about like um So like I was a behavior analyst, and so in Southern California, you write a behavior plan and then you work with everyone so they learn how to implement the behavior plan. I go to Hawaii, I write a behavior plan, nobody on staff implements any of it. Nobody cares. And it's hard to care when no one else cares. And so I came back to Southern California and it's like, how am I gonna like how am I gonna remotivate myself now after like literally nobody cares about doing their job? It's basically constantly all on me to implement the entire behavior plan, and like nobody has ever, like, it's never been that bad before. No, I mean, it's not just that I wasn't appreciated, it's that nobody cared. So it's not personal. It's like there is a huge amount of acceptance there for like whatever will be. So it's like nobody cares about your behavior plan or like helping the students. Do I like living in Southern California? Um, I just can't see how, like, I can't see right now how it could be better being anywhere else. Like, I think it's like I have to fix the issues in my own life somehow. Like, I have to figure out how to be sustainable. Yeah, it's true. Like, a lot of people don't care right now because everybody's struggling. Like, everybody doesn't have enough money. Everybody is like miserable because food prices are extremely high, rent prices are extremely high. Everyone's exhausted. Nobody likes their job. So it's like, who really is going to care about my behavior plan? Nobody. I've kind of, Betherson says, maybe you want to see an impactful change in my life and the area around me. Yeah, but I've kind of given up because, like, where am I really going to see any change? Even when I did a ton of volunteer work, I didn't really see any appreciable change. It's like the best that I can really do is just to make myself happy. And I don't really see much of a sense of community anywhere I go. So, like, you don't. Like, the thing is, you can make community wherever you go, but like, there have been years where I put a ton of effort into building community, and then, like, it can be gone, like, in an instant. So, like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to invest a ton in community when, like, you have to put so much of yourself on the shelf to build that community, and it's like there's no guarantee that it will ever be there for you. So like, yeah, building community is great, but like, I don't know, maybe it's just not for me. I think. But then again, like, this is some type of community here, so like that's better because I don't feel like I'm like struggling to build this community. I just, you guys are just here, and that's cool. I like that. I guess like if I could build community and it not be massively stressful, like that would be cool. Like if the community was motivated to be together, that would be cool. Like But that's the thing about community is like people keep telling me, "Oh, you need a community. You need to just find a community." But like I have yet to find a community where I don't have to squash down like everything that I am to like have the community. So it's like in a lot of ways community feels violent toward my myself, my humanity. And like I don't know how to reconcile that. Maybe you guys can help me. I don't know. I had this friend that used to say that like personality is an allergic reaction to other people. And the older I get, the more I think it's true. It's like we develop a personality as like an irritation or an inflammation against other human beings, like to push away like people we don't vibe with well, and like other people who can deal with our offensiveness or our irritability or our like just generally being annoying, like are the people that get to stay. I'm like, I wish it weren't the case, but I think it is true. Oh my God, you guys, I'm about to hit 1,400 subscribers. I know that's lame, but I'm pretty excited. I'm at 13.99. I've reached a lull, so maybe it's time to read. I found this in a little free library by my house when I lived in East County. It was, I can't remember the name of the area, but I used to walk a dog over there, and there were like 3 little free libraries on the path. So I picked it up. I got a lot of books that way. A lot of them I haven't really read. This is chapter 1. The Adventures of Agnes McCarthy. Looking back. Oh, Agnes McCanty, sorry. Looking back, Agnes McCanty would come to see March 29th, 2002 as a day broken into 3 stages. 1. Standing at the gravesite of Michael the Bear. 2. A view of the sea from atop the roller coaster, then sex with Stephen Boone in the back room of the Halloween store. 3. The final night on E Street, and how much she bled and how she felt like an arm held out a speeding car window. The first, standing at the gravesite of Michael the Bear in Sherman Heights, his bronze and black Keller Holland casket like a train car, eye level for a girl of 5'1", blocking out the sun which glared around it, golden but soft, dusk coming. Agnes thought of the man who lay inside, Michael the Bear, her father's uncle, an Irishman, raised in England. Through 40 years in the States, Pacific Grove, 10 years, Watsonville, 12, then San Diego, 18. Before that, a pub cook in Coventry, 2 years. Then an RAF pilot in the Second World War, 26 months. Michael the Bear, the man who cared for Agnes after her mother passed away from breast cancer and her father went to jail for his brother-in-law's murder. Michael the Bear stepped in, selfless, noble, loyal to Agnes. Forever loyal, his defining characteristic. What else? He was strong, but wouldn't stoop to violence, which he told Agnes was unbecoming, as it was backbiting, complaining, self-pity, selfishness. He was classy, she decided, yes, whatever classy meant, he was that. This had nothing to do with money, which he had, but rather an overriding trait of his upbringing, his generation, and his content of character. Michael the Bear was a man who liked people, who quietly loved anyone fighting to do a good thing. Whatever it was, the goal mattered less than the path there. The final objective itself was unimportant or secondary. Agnes stood at the gravesite next to her cousins, who smelled like cigarettes and shampoo, and thought of his face, dark, dignified, high forehead, crow's feet around the eyes, hair swept back in a mane like a lion's, a voice like Liam Neeson's, deep and slow and resonant with bass, a calm voice, husky on the W's and soft vowels, telling her she was a good woman, that she had grown up well, that he missed her around the house but understood her absence. The day he died, Agnes found the body. The door was locked, but she had a key, and she stopped in on the way to band practice the day wildfires swept over East County. The night before, she had dreamt of skulls of sheep washing up on the beach, though huge, whale size, rolling in the surf. It was a dry day, and it was hot, and you could smell smoke and ash in the air from the blaze. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked, yipped, as she unlocked the front door. Agnes heard the sound of the breeze in the eucalyptus. She pulled the door shut behind her. The front room was quiet and still, and there were dust motes moving in the light of the side yard window. She called his name. The mouth of the hallway was dark, a black rectangle, open, featureless. The mouth of the hallway was dark. Oh, she stepped into it and called out to him again as she walked down the hall. In the bedroom, Michael the Bear was under the big denim quilt. No, not he, she thought. His body, it, not he, was facing the wall. A giant 6'4", even at his age, flattened mountain, or cinder cone, motionless. His body was still in a way that the living never are. The room was cold. She dropped to her knees. Michael the Bear was 82, and it was coming. Her cousin Mary Lynn said on the car ride to the cemetery. But it would never happen today. Some other day, perhaps. Not today. Today would be fine. He would be here today. Anyway, why say goodbye to the living? Why sum up your time with someone when their time has not come? Hummingbird was his name for her. Riding on his big shoulders at the Delmar Fair, age 4, talking in her high, piping voice, tiny hands too tight around his neck. But he didn't mind. He loved her with a burning pride, a strong, tremendous, substantial love. She couldn't hurt him. No one could. He was a stone, a castle wall, a locked drawbridge, but a drawbridge that would open if she or anyone worthwhile asked. He was tough without being hard, and that was the thing that made her feel safest. Over the years, Michael the Bear told Agnes some variation of the following in a slow rolling, measured tone. Hummingbird, if you can grow up tough without becoming mean or bitter or sour or cynical, you'll do just fine. He said things like, remember, Hummingbird, life is about finding as much happiness as you can without hurting anyone in the process. You won't find the meaning of life, but you'll look if you're any good, and I know you are. What you'll find is truths like that, true ways to live. That is one of mine, and it can be yours as well. Enjoy life violently, but never be violent. Violence is the tool of cowards. Agnes loved Michael the Bear with a fierceness she would not begin to understand until she was a parent herself. It was the true animal fierceness of a blind cub in a den, of the small protected by the strong. Now that he was gone, gone entirely, and unavailable to her, nothing she could do would allow her to speak to him again, which is what she wanted more than anything. Less to say goodbye than to ask him where he was. She couldn't imagine him so far gone as to be nowhere, as to not exist. His body that was nothing, where was he? Where was the big, honest, courageous, tireless spirit that was Michael the Bear? A good thing like that doesn't die. And now safe, in heaven, with God, said the preacher. He didn't know Michael the Bear. He was hired from St. Matthew's by the Sea, a hired man. Martin Schrader, he called him. Who was Martin Schrader? Michael Schroeder was Michael the Bear. There is no Martin Schrader. No, not here, not lying in there. Mr. Schrader, a good man, in God's providence, after a long, fine life. Droning, enjoying a long pause as the sound of his own voice, but disinterested in the meaning, Agnes smelled rum on his breath on the walk across the lawn. The smell of the flowers was sickening. She wanted nothing more than to set fire to the pile of them and push the preacher down into the blaze. She wanted to burn him to cinders for giving Michael the Bear an improper send-off. Stomp on his skull till it smashed flat and his brains burst out like cold pork gravy. Pull his spine from his body and beat the ground with it. Beat the ground and mourn Michael the Bear. Mourn him with blood speckling her arms, misting the air. Agnes felt like a monster. She wanted to scream. She wanted to let loose her rage until the whole world shook. Agnes couldn't be kind like Michael the Bear. Not now. She wanted violence. She wanted to be violence. The next few hours are remembered in a gauzy flash of images. They were as follows. Cresting the hill of the Giant Dipper roller coaster at Belmont Park with her cousins Daniela and Mary Lynn after the funeral. A red-headed boy her age sitting in the coaster car next to her who smelled like old pasta floating in a pot of water. He held the metal bar in front of him and looked seasick as they rose up the track. Earlier on the car ride back from the cemetery, the green blur of Balboa Park flashing by. We have to kill an hour, said Marianne, driving. She wore big sunglasses with white plastic frames, and her dyed blonde hair moved around her face in the breeze. Daniela leaned in from the back seat, cigarette breath. Hotbox Yoda the Toyota and ride the roller coaster? Hells yeah, let's do it. Agnes? Huh? Agnes, you want to get stoned and ride the Dipper? It doesn't matter. And it didn't. Or did it? She sat in the beach parking lot while her cousins laughed and passed the pipe from front seat to back. Did it matter? What mattered? It didn't matter. Then, after the clacking ascent up the roller coaster track and before the plunge downwards, there was a view of the sea, silvery and wind-chopped, cold, vast, rolling with long lines of swell. It never ends, thought Agnes. Next, the drop down and her hair blowing straight back, and the tightening of her stomach muscles as her cousin screamed happily, arms held up. They took the turn hard, the wheels rattling, jostling on the track, the wind in her face, gritting her jaw, strained, nauseous. Next, ditching her cousins at the amusement park in the dark of the arcade, Agnes walked down Mission Boulevard alone with the evening traffic all around and the wind whipping her hair into her eyes. Storefronts, surf shops, beach bars, grains of sand under her shoes on the sidewalk, traffic lights in the dust. Next, asking her boyfriend Steven for a ride home at his Uncle Carl's Halloween store. I'm sorry to ask, but no, it's cool. That works. Come back here a sec. Here? Just come on. Stephen took her hand, and they walked past the walls of masks, ghoulish faces, hairy mouths open, cut holes for eyes, screaming silently, devil beards, worms, and maggots nestling in. Wounds, bloody teeth, fanged, rubbery, howling without sound, horrible mouths, and into the back room while Big Marcos, the new hire, sat at the register reading a comic book. There was a gray light, a fading light, through the windows, and Big Marcus, frowning down at the book, turning the pages with a soft, fat hand as Spider-Man swung through the city after the Green Goblin, casting his webs left and right. Next, in the back room, Stephen, shoving her forward against the counting desk on her belly, her skirt pulled up to her waist, her panties to her ankles, and pushing up inside her before she was ready. Slower, she said. Ow, Stephen, slow down. I'm trying. Take your time. Slower, Stephen. Not yet. No. It was over fast, one hand on her waist, gripping, his nails digging into her flesh, the other clawing her right breast until it hurt, his hips smacking against her, and he came into Agnes, like a dish soap bottle squeezed into a tub of warm water, he told Big Marcus with a laugh while Agnes cleaned up in the bathroom. Agnes, she's a mess, but she's a hot little fuck, he said. Check it. Take my keys. Drive her home. If you want to fuck her, you totally can. I bet she'd at least suck your dick. My brother Ted's in town. The three of us should get her drunk and try to run a train on that little bitch. Big Marcus, overwhelmed and upset by the proposition, took a smoke break before driving Agnes home. The next day, he would quit Stephen's uncle's Halloween store and apply unsuccessfully at the Claremont Party City before landing his dream job at the Karl Strauss Brewery by the freeway. 8 years later, he would add Stephen on Facebook and send him the following message. Dude, that shit you said about your girlfriend and us having sex with her, that was not okay. I've been thinking about that for years and I had to get it out. That was a shitty, evil thing to say. The message received no reply, and Big Marcus was promptly unfriended. On the drive back to Golden Hill, Big Marcus hummed along with the car stereo, while Agnes sat in the passenger seat and felt small and used up and unimportant. To clear her mind, she thought of Michael the Bear's favorite things to cook. Once a week, lasagna with Italian sausage. Later, as a substitution, butternut squash ravioli with brown butter, sage, and shaved Parmesan. When she quit eating meat. For both, a side of garlic bread. A spinach and cabbage salad with halved red grapes, Kalamata olives, marinated artichokes hearts, and goat cheese. Later, baked tofu. On the rare chilly nights in the winter, they would sit around the small kitchen table and eat thick split pea soup cooked with carrots and bacon. And later, liquid smoke or bacos. On the side, sourdough bread. The serving of the bread, butter, and a squeeze of lemon, a result of Michael the Bear's 4 years working at Bozik's, a seafood restaurant on Claremont Mesa Boulevard. On summer days when it was too hot to move, he made gazpacho with a pitcher of strawberry lemonade. For dessert, peach ice cream garnished with a sprig of mint. Michael the Bear maintained what he called a victory garden, and with San Diego's long growing season, a good portion of each meal came from what he grew. She saw him standing at the kitchen counter of Old North Park House, slicing lemons in the late afternoon, saying, Agnes, everyone must know how to grow their own food. When you cut yourself off from that, you shut the door on something older than history, something important and deep to our character. Agnes thought of his meals and his happiness, then how serious he was as he prepared them. She stared out the window at the growing dark, the sunset behind the car like a wall of fire consuming the earth. Don't fucking cry, she told herself. Not in front of him. Stopped at a traffic light across from the Nuevo Cristo church. She saw a wedding party push open the big doors and come out from the gold-lit square of the hall and down the steps, the bride in front, holding up her dress to walk. She imagined Michael the Bear giving her away at her own wedding, how proud he would be, and how stirred his big heart as he answered the words, "Who gives this woman away?" That would be me. It was night now, and the bride's gown was so white, it was nearly blue, like snow glowing against her dark skin, and all the black suits and dresses in gray stone around her. They made a left at the light. "Isn't it kind of late in the day for a wedding?" she asked Big Marcus, who drove with one hand on the wheel, the other on his right thigh, tapping along to the radio. He shrugged. He didn't know. The singer on the radio was singing that if he could find that Heine and that Sancho that he's found, he would pop a cap in Sancho and smack her down. And Agnes wanted to die. For the first time in her life, she wanted to die. Big Marcus dropped Agnes off at her studio apartment in Golden Hill, which sat between two Victorians in the shade of a grapefruit tree, a street lined with cars, the yellow lighted windows blinking on in the darkness. Walking up the brick path under the trees, she heard mariachi music from the line of pink apartments across the street. Fuzzy, barely there. She could smell onions and garlic frying in butter, and a voice was yelling something distant, then laughter followed by frantic noise on TV, the war, or a riot. Sleepwalking, she opened the door, shut it behind her, and dropped her keys on the carpet. She stepped across the bare twin-size mattress on the floor and over her guitar and four-track machine and a pile of tapes and cables as she pulled off her clothes, then 3 steps to the tiny bathroom. The person in the mirror, pale skin, freckles across her nose, soft brown hair swept over her forehead and tucked behind her left ear, longer on the sides than the back, falling into pin curls around her chin. The face was unsmiling and had empty slate gray eyes. She was wrung out, she decided, wrung out and so much older than 22. She ran her hands across her bare shoulders, a new mole on the rise of her collarbone, the tattoo of a one-winged locust on her chest above her left breast. Agnes cupped her breasts in her hands and looked down at them, her bright pink nipples poking out from between her fingers. She shook her head. She saw the bath mat below her feet, orange, new but starting to wear. Stephen's cum was dried on the inside of her right thigh. Her toenails were painted baby blue. She knew she was pregnant. Somehow she knew. She thought of his cock inside her, and the sour smell of his body, and her stomach went tight again as it had on the roller coaster. Bending down to turn the cold water knob, then the hot, to burn her flesh until she was able to forget. In middle school, she was called the Pale Whale. "It was before I lost my baby fat," she told her coworker, Melanie Crenshaw, 14 years later, near the dead center of the country, Overland Park, Kansas, while they sat in the living room of Melanie's new white townhouse, drinking Chardonnay with a plate of untouched Ritz crackers and sweet pickles. "You were fat? I don't believe that." "I wasn't fat. I was a kid. It was the only time in my life I had tits, but I looked awful. In high school, my first boyfriend, Travis Broadus, called me the Pale Princess. He meant it as a compliment, but I hated it. I hated being the Pale Princess, even worse than the Pale Whale. That's why I called the band Pale of Shit." "What, Agnes? Oh my God, girl. I didn't know you played music. Was it any good? I can't imagine you in a band." "Agnes, the little secretary in a band. Like what?" "It doesn't matter." "What did it sound like?" "It doesn't matter." "Come on. It's dumb. It was a hardcore band. I played guitar and screamed. I screamed and played guitar. It was so dumb." "Hardcore? Is that like punk?" "Get out. No way. You were so not in a punk band." "I was, yeah. Pale of shit." Raising her hands above her head and shaking them. "Woohoo." Laughing, then not. "It was during college. I had my own apartment. A car that never ran. Yeah, a band. I was in a band. I was 22, and we broke up when I was like, God, 23. A year later, maybe." "Wow, Ags, I can't imagine you like that. What happened?" "Life? Growing up? I don't know." "Do you still listen to that kind of music?" Sipping her wine, if you can call it that. No, not at all, she said, lying. I'm not that kid anymore. The shower steamed the glass until Agnes was an outline in the mirror. She stepped into the stall and pulled the curtain closed, the plastic rings clacking. Agnes shut her eyes and let the water hit the back of her head and run down her shoulders. So I don't know what happened, but I don't know where the chat went. I can't see the chat anymore. I think I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect, cause like cause I can't see. Like there's no chat anymore, and I miss you guys. I'm gonna end stream and start over. Okay. So I hope you'll join me. Find my live stream again, okay? Because it's boring without the chat open.